Check 1 2.
To actually sign in, but we are joined by a Mr. Kimberley who's also an ETQA advisor, and then we are joined by Mr. Buisa, who is our graphic designer and from our marketing team as well. So I don't know if it's just me. It is extremely hot this morning, unless of course, I mean, there are women here who are my age and above. You would understand the meaning of menopause, and men who would understand the effects of menopause on women. So extremely hot this morning, but yeah. Just in terms of our program today, we are going to head into, and this is on your respective tables, we're going to do an overview of the transitional arrangements. Colleagues, I think there is quite a lot that's happening in the landscape. I think everybody should be aware at this stage of the changes that are happening. Many Many of you don't ask the questions at this platform, so this is your session. But you ask the questions once we walk out the door. You send us an email. You say, oh, by the way, this is the question that I actually didn't answer. We are on the road for the next 2 weeks as well, so we'd only be able to respond to you in the next 2 weeks. So please use this opportunity as well to actually ask all the questions that you need. We'll then move into the introduction of the learner management system. That will be done by Ms. Boisiwe Gumede. She's been instrumental in the development of the system. While she resides within the ETQA unit, I think it's her passion, and she's worked with each of the unit leads within the MICT SETA to develop the system, along with TUT, the University of Tshwane University of Technology, that has been our systems development partner as we've developed the system. We'll then move into the demonstration on the system, questions and answers. We'll break for tea. I think we have a very small group, so I think actually we'd probably be able to run through the module quite quickly, and then we'll finish off or aim to mention 2 other colleagues. We have Ms. Nambita in the back there. I'm sure you all quite often She supports this region. And then we have Mr. Fihlang Modimole in the back as well. He's based out in Klerksdorp, but he also supports in terms of the Northern Cape. Colleagues, to quickly move then into the presentation and the transitional arrangements. In terms of what we will cover, we're going to cover the overview of the occupational qualification sub-framework, which is the sub-framework that we report to and are part of as part of the SETA system. The transitional arrangements, so the changes that have come into place, the registered occupational qualifications and programs, the occupational accreditation process for both becoming a skills development provider and an external integrated summative assessment center, and then we'll move into the question and answer session. So just in terms of the overview of the OQSF, it is a component of the SAQA framework and the NQF framework. And basically this has been put in place to ensure that we meet specific standards for the implementation of qualifications. Colleagues, the long and short of it is the OQSF is established to ensure that all qualifications that are developed have an output. So the input would be the qualifications. The input would be the sector skills plan, which says these are the qualifications that are required, these are the skills that are required, but ultimately the output would be the supply of learners coming out of these programs must meet the demand as required by the sector. So if you try to offer nurses, a whole cohort of nurses to mines, we would understand that there may be a mismatch in terms of the skills there. And so what we seek to do with this occupational sub-framework is just to ensure that there is alignment between what industry needs within the set standards to ensure that the demand is met. So this is also to then manage and regulate all occupational qualifications that have been developed to ensure that they are relevant to what the sector needs. The purpose also then further includes the alignment to industry standards, standardization, so consistency across the board, because we understand with the current historical qualifications, everybody is left to their own devices. You develop your learning materials and implement in a particular way. I develop my learning materials and implement in a particular way. And that leaves and opens up the opportunity for gaps. And so through this, we're then saying that we want to have a standardized approach, and that standardized approach also includes the issuance of learning materials, which will be developed by the SETA and issued to all accredited providers for the occupational qualifications. We want to ensure that there's a standardization around quality assurance and that the qualifications meet the minimum standards. We want to recognize skills. We're not saying that because you've gone through a historical qualification with similar outputs or exit level outcomes that we're not going to recognize those. We are saying we will recognize those through the credit accumulation process and then move into RPL, recognition of prior learning. So the elements that you have not covered, the exit level outcomes that have not yet been covered, can be covered through the RPL process in respect of occupational programs. And this one also supports then lifelong learning. So what we've done as a SETA as well is we've partnered with professional bodies, particularly in the ICT space, and we have aligned our qualifications to the outcomes of their programs. This means that if you register your learner with the MICT SETA, they then gain access to a qualification, complete the qualification, they would then have access to continuing professional development points through a professional body. That just further formalizes and professionalizes the workforce and gives them access to opportunities that they possibly may not have had if they had just done the conventional implementation of training. So just to break down the OQSF and where it fits in, you'd have a look at the blue blocks. So we first start with the first block, which was known as ABET. It's now Adult Education and Training, so AET. That's NQF level 1 to 3. That's your basic literacy, basic numeracy as well. We then move into NQF level 1 to 4, and that is at the Umalusi level. And that is basically your primary and high school level. We then move from NQF level 5 all the way up to NQF level 10, and that is at the higher education. qualification sub-framework, or the Council for Higher Education and Training. And that is where we're now looking at your traditional and conventional type universities and colleges. Then we have the QCTO and the OQSF, and that's where we fit in as the SETAs. And you'd note that the qualifications that can be developed there start at NQF level 1 and then finish at NQF level 8. So previously our qualifications all finished at NQF level 6. There was no opportunity for learners to articulate into then a honours level qualification. With this, you can actually get to an honours level qualification using then the OQSF. So more ability from a vocational perspective, or what we used to know back in the day as the technical school method, that's vocational as well, moving now directly into an NQF level 8. And I think that is a great move, and we've made great strides from a DHET perspective to try and get students professionalized at an honours level. Just in terms of the OQSF and its levels, the two blocks, so there's one on the left and one on the right. The one on the right is applicable to the OQSF, and this just basically indicates the naming convention of all qualifications on the OQSF and occupational qualifications. It starts right at the bottom with the General Occupational Certificate, and it finishes at the top at NQF Level 8 with a Specialized Occupational Diploma. The green arrow is quite important to note. That arrow indicates that there is a process that needs to be followed. That ESA process is the External Integrated Summative Assessment. And this is a written and a both administered or technically administered assessment that the learner does at the end of the process. Now this process includes things like the completion of, and you'll see in the next slide, the completion of the knowledge modules, the practical modules, and then the workplace modules. And these are implemented by accredited skills development providers. So this is where you fit in once you become a skills development provider. Let's say you become a provider for cybersecurity and you want to implement the cybersecurity qualification. You would then enroll the learners with the QCTO. You could then commence, if you are accredited of course, you could commence with the implementation of training, and we would indicate to you through the process of the utilization of the LMS system what you would need to do to ensure that the learners are fully registered. Then you would need to complete the knowledge module, which is the theory part. The practical component. Now what we recommend here is to do an integration between the knowledge and the practical component, because you can train someone from a book knowledge perspective when you simulate what you are training in terms of the book knowledge through the practical. So this is strongly recommended to say integrate the tasks between the knowledge and the practical component so that the learner has a clearer understanding before they head into the prescribed workplace component. Colleagues, this is very important. It's much like how you would implement a learnership. Just here, we would not, the SETA would not be able to quality assure and therefore recommend for endorsement of issuance of statements of result by QCTO if the learner has not been placed in a workplace, right? A workplace that has a workplace mentor, that has access to the necessary technical equipment, everything required to meet the exit level outcomes of the qualification. So once that has been completed, and the learner logbook has been signed off at that stage, it is then the time that we can go back to QCTO to say everything has been completed from the SDP perspective. We are now ready to issue out the statements of results, which will come then from QCTO. Once that's complete, the learner gains access into what we call the ESA. Now, in terms of the applicability of the ESA, all occupational qualifications, full qualifications and part qualifications. Perhaps I should explain the full qualification. So full qualification could be the full qualification in systems engineering. A part qualification to that, which is a specialization, is then systems tester. So those two are subject to the completion of an ESA. It must be done. However, because they are full qualifications and part qualifications, when we look at skills programs, because they are shorter programs, we do not implement the ESA. Instead, we implement the FISA. And that is done by you as the skills development provider. The difference is that you would need to ensure that it follows the same standard as we would in terms of the implementation of an ESA. It means that you would need to have a supervised assessment at a dedicated area where, of course, the learners have access to, again, the necessary equipment, and they can safely complete then this FISA. You would also need to ensure the credibility of the administration of the FISA, meaning the rubric should not be sent to the learners prior to it actually being completed, etc., etc. So there are set rules around the implementation of the FISA. So moving into the transitional arrangements, colleagues, I think we're all aware, 2014, the minister ultimately determined that he'd be phasing out legacy qualifications, and that the last date of registration of all of our legacy qualifications would be 2018. Based on the challenges with the transition, it was then determined that, in fact, it would move, and the OQSF policy was put into place, and basically it said that the last date of registration of our historical qualifications would be 30 June 2023. What is the implication? It means that the SETA can no longer accredit training service providers. We can also no longer re-accredit you. We can also no longer facilitate extension of scopes. But what we can do is extend your accreditation if you are accredited for the 30 qualifications that the minister has identified in terms of the last date of enrollment. Now, colleagues, previously the last date of enrollment was 30 June 2024. On the 4th of June, the minister then issued a new gazette, and that gazette said that the last date of enrollment for learners would be 30th of June 2025. So you have the next 9 months to ensure that your learners are enrolled in the system. I can't overstate the importance of this. If your learners are not enrolled in our system, our learner management system, we would not be able to exit those learners at the time that you say the learners are now ready for exit verification. So please follow the due process and ensure that you do register your learners, and ensure that we can exit them. So just in terms of the extension, because we are now saying that the 30th of June 2025 is the last date of enrollment, it also then has an impact on the last date of achievement. So the minister has determined that the last date of achievement would then be the 30th of June 2029. So you literally have 5 years in which to exit the learners. Now, colleagues, please don't let the learners wait 5 years to actually receive their certificates. Continue with the implementation of the process as normal. Implement the training. Conduct continuous assessment. Conduct interval moderation. Conduct final assessment. Conduct final moderation. Ensure that all of your documentation is in place. Request for exit verification from the SETA. We will allocate an advisor who would come out and do the exit verification. Once that is complete, we can determine whether we will uphold the implementation and uphold the learner competency status, post which we can then issue either statements of results for learners who have completed only certain unit standards, and then we'd be able to issue full certificates for those who have completed the full qualifications. So in terms of the 30 qualifications that the minister has determined, we did have a meeting sometime last week with QCTO, and in the discussions, it was quite clear that we could possibly seek for further extension of all of our historical qualifications. Now, the challenge with that becomes we've already developed new qualifications, and those are the qualifications you should be looking to implement. Because if you think about our historical qualifications, they were last updated in 2009. So if you ask the competencies that were required in 2009, are they relevant to what industry now needs now in 2024, 2025, moving and looking ahead? So if we continue to train on these programs, we are training students for unemployment. Certainly they would not be able to be employed, and even if they went into entrepreneurship, if they tried to become freelancers, their skills would not match what the economy needs. So I want to implore you, colleagues, to please look at the new qualifications that we've put out that we've got registered on the NQF, seek accreditation and partner with us to implement these programs so that industry have exactly what they need. So in terms of the 30 qualifications that were immediately approved, there's a complete list. You'd be happy to know that it includes end-user computing, NQF level 3 and 4. However, colleagues, we've already realigned the end-user computing qualifications into 3 skills programs, which I'll talk about shortly. But these are the qualifications that the Minister has approved in terms of the last date of enrollment. So you have the opportunity still to enroll learners on these qualifications. So you may be asking, what programs are available at this stage for us to become accredited on? So these are the registered occupational programs. This presentation will be available. It's available on our website already, actually, so you can download it. And it just gives you an indication of what's available. So software engineering, software tester, sound operator, ICT business development consultant, media program content manager, advertiser, and telecommunications specialist. Colleagues, these qualifications already appear in what we call our sector skills plan. So a sector skills plan is something that we develop on an annual basis. Where we find the information, if you are involved with the process as a skills development facilitator, every year employers submit what they call a workplace skills plan, which basically is a plan on what they're going to train their employees on over a period, as well as an annual training report, which basically looks backwards and says, this is what we have trained on. Based on the information that we receive there, we're able to indicate or pick up what the key trends are in terms of the critical occupations and skills that are required by the sectors. It also gives us an indication of what we call hard-to-fill vacancies. So these hard-to-fill vacancies basically mean that companies have been looking for these people with these skills, but have not been able to find them. So it gives you a complete list of which skills are required. That is your compass. It can help you navigate in terms of selecting the programs that are most appropriate where industry need is actually sitting. Also noting that most of our programs, being the MICT SETA and being involved with ICT as well as telecommunications, cut across all sectors. It's required in mining. It's required in the services sector. It's required everywhere. Telecommunications, the same. None of us would be able to sit here today and have conversations with our loved ones if we did not have access to telecommunications. So you'd note that these are required across the board. So have a look at our sector skills plan. Other SETAs also have sector skills plan, and these qualifications also rest there. They are also saying that we need people with these skills. So if you have a look at the MERS SETAs, the chemical SETAs, the EW SETAs as well, you'd find most of these qualifications in there. I'm going to quickly run through the registered skills programs. So the end-user computing qualifications have been extended in terms of last date of enrollment, but we have developed skills programs to replace it. The reason why is because when you go and you've completed an end-user computing qualification, you're not going to find someone saying, I'm looking for a specialist in end-user computing. That kind of occupation doesn't exist. But what does exist is the fact that all of us need access to digital skills. So this gives you an opportunity to then train from NQF level 3, meaning you can start training grade 11s, grade 10s in fact, on a basic computer skills program. You can start training then on intermediate and advanced. So it creates a pipeline in terms of digital skills, which all of us, the everyday South African needs access to and needs to know how to use a computer. So these are already registered and they're already sitting with the QCTO. In terms of our 4IR unit, I'm sure you know we have a division called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. They focus on developing qualifications for all new and emerging technologies, new and emerging skills, and this is also guided by the research that we do within the SSP unit. But over and above that, we look at stuff from the World Economic Forum. We look at articles that are coming out from key publications like Forbes, etc., that give us an indication, ILO as well, of what critical skills are required. So these have been developed in alignment with that artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, quite a huge one. We're seeing many government departments are being hacked at this point, and cybersecurity specialists are critically required both within the public and the private sector. Cloud computing, design thinking lead, Internet of Things, data science. So this already exists from a data science perspective, but we've now moved into development of a data science engineer qualification as well. Robotic processing automation, e-waste, and then extended reality, AR and VR. And that last one, AR and VR, gives you an opportunity to tap into then the automotive or yellow metal space, because they deal with things like extended reality, user experience, etc., etc. So these also present opportunities for you to then move into possibly industries that you never thought of as industries where you can actually start supplying the skills that are required. The next just gives you the registered qualification. So when we say registered, it means it's already sitting on the NQF. SAQA has approved it. You can, if you go into the QCTO website, you would find it. If you go to the SAQA website, you would also find these qualifications. The mobile device repairer, also quite a critical qualification because it opens doors in terms of entrepreneurship. Students can then become remote mobile device repairers and assist with repairing cell phones, etc. Wearables, accessories, drone technician, particularly in this province. What you could do with the drone technician license is, or qualifications, is that you could use it with your agricultural farming. So instead of having someone walk through the plot, check everything else, you could deploy a drone at a fraction of the cost. So there are opportunities, and you could then apply for learnerships for drone technician training through MICT SETA as well. So the registered skills programs, just 5th generation, so 5G, technopreneur. So once you've trained a student probably on the last one, front-end web design, you can train them as a technopreneur as well. So not only do they have the skill on how to possibly develop a website, they're also then learning skills on how to be an entrepreneur. So you're matching up the skills, you're giving them a greater skills expansion and assisting them with then becoming either freelancers, becoming part of the gig economy, or they could actually become entrepreneurs as well. So the list of programs that we've got here are the ones we've already realigned and submitted to QCTO, but we have not yet received feedback to say we are happy with these qualifications and they will be registered on the NQF. Maybe just to share the process that we undertake, we develop the qualifications or realign the qualifications. We engage with industry. We look at industry players, skills development providers, assessors, moderators, unions, bargaining councils, universities, TVET colleges, anyone who's a vested interest in this qualification. We engage with them and determine, do we really need to realign this qualification? Is there still a need for this qualification? And if there's a yes, we then determine, okay, so what does this SSP say? Is it a future skill? Is it a current skill? Is it a hard to fill vacancy? And if the answer is yes, we still continue with the process of development. Obviously, we need to get the approval to develop these qualifications from the QCTO. Once that's done, everybody sits in a room and we become a think tank. We work on developing the qualifications with exit level outcomes that match what industry needs, match what the person should be able to do when they exit the qualification. We then submit that to the QCTO. They do their internal evaluation. Once they've evaluated, if there are any gaps, they say, MICT SETA, these are the gaps we've identified. We need you to work on it. We work on it. We resubmit. They are happy. They make a recommendation to SAQA. SAQA follows the same process. They have a look. They ensure that everything is done according to their set processes. Once that's done and they are happy, they then issue for public comment. Public comment is where you come in, colleagues. It's where you have a look at the qualification and say, yes, this qualification is fit for purpose. Yes, this qualification has all of the critical elements required for this occupation. Or no, it doesn't. And if you say no, it doesn't, it comes back to the SETA again for us to review and have a look at it. Once it's finalized and it goes back out for public comment or the gaps have been closed, then the qualification is registered on the NQF. So you note it's quite a process that is undertaken to get this qualification actually sitting on the NQF, and that's why it is so important to have you participate in terms of development of qualifications. So while these qualifications have been realigned and actually developed in the year 2021, 2022, which for us is 2 years ago, and submitted 2 years ago, we still don't have the go-ahead in terms of these qualifications being registered. I must indicate, though, that despite this, I know the SETA is the QCTO and the council have established a new process with SAQA in terms of the review of these qualifications and ultimately the registration of these qualifications. Just important to note on this particular slide under occupational title, all of the qualifications that you see there under occupational title are listed in the sector skills plan as critical skills. Again, an opportunity for you to seek accreditation for these qualifications when they become available so that you can start training to close the gap. Similarly, for these qualifications, it is the same. 4IR qualifications and evaluation with QCTO as well, very much the same. Then we're moving into qualifications that have been registered as learnerships already. So, colleagues, while we have qualifications that have been registered as learnerships, and while it is the SETA's intention to register all of our qualifications as learnerships, whether they are full qualifications or part qualifications, we have had discussions, and there have been discussions with QCTO and DHET. And the discussions center around saying, should all qualifications not be able to be implemented as learnerships? Why are we only selecting certain qualifications to be learnerships? And so the view from the QCTO has been that all qualifications should ultimately be learnerships. But until we have a formal circular issued from DHET and the QCTO, we will continue to register all of the qualifications as learnerships. So these are the ones that have already been registered as learnerships, and these are the ones that you can start applying for in the next open window for grant funding for implementation as learnerships. So now that you know what qualifications exist, you know what you can do, you probably want to know, well, how do I become accredited? And this is going to give you an overview of how you become accredited. So this is just the occupational accreditation process. Colleagues, wherever you see red, that is the QCTO's responsibility, and where you see blue, it is the MICT SETA's responsibility. So the process starts with the QCTO. The SETAs, while they have been delegated a certain function, we can only move once the QCTO has moved. So your process starts with the QCTO. I've created a link at the bottom of the page. That's where you would click on to find the information around starting the process of becoming an accredited provider. Once you do that, you submit your application, the QCTO receives it, and they then do the desktop evaluation. If they are happy and they are comfortable with the outcome of the desktop evaluation, they then allocate that to us, which is the MICT SETA, which is known to be then the quality partner, and we acknowledge receipt, and we allocate then what we call either subject matter experts, or in our case, our advisors, to engage with you then on the process of conducting your site visits. Colleagues, once you receive the email, may I request that you please respond to our advisors. There are instances where you have requested for this accreditation, you've requested and you're ready, say you're ready for site visit, but do not respond to our advisors when they say, when are you available? Or you agree on the date, and when the date comes, you are unavailable for the site visit. Please, colleagues, can I implore you, respond, indicate, yes, I'm ready, or no, I'm not ready, then we can put you back onto the schedule and then allocate at a time at which you are ready. The report is then developed between yourself and the advisor during the site visit. If there are any gaps, the advisor would say to you, I'm going to allocate 10, 20, 21 days for you to be able to close the gap. And this is dependent on the severity of the gap, right? So it could basically be that you don't have service level agreements with subject matter experts, but you've got a list of subject matter experts. We need to ensure that you are utilizing subject matter experts that you have a relationship with, because we have experienced high levels of assessor and moderator fraud, where we have STPs making use of the credentials of subject matter experts, assessors and moderators, but actually not having a relationship with them. So those are some of the areas where we would pick up gaps, and you would be given a period of time in which to close the gaps. If you have not closed the gaps and you have not communicated to the advisor, the report will be closed and will only be reopened once you have submitted the necessary information. We then internally have our own accreditation committee. So if your report has been finalized, you're happy with the contents of the report then serves in our accreditation committee. They make a recommendation then to the QCTO to say, these are the providers that we recommend for accreditation. And the QCTO internally processes well. Their own evaluation committee has a look at the report, the supporting documentation, and your accreditation letter would ultimately come from the QCTO. This period, the duration of this period or process end to end should be 90 working days. But noting, colleagues, 90 working days is 90 working days if we all do what we need to do in the process, end to end. So once you've applied, you've submitted the necessary documentation for desktop evaluation, you've closed any of the gaps that the advisors have requested that you close. The advisors have also been responsive to your inquiries, etc., and then the QCTO processing. End to end, it should take 90 days. But we also know that that does not always happen. And we have raised red flags to the QCTO as well, just in terms of the period between which they receive the application and finally allocate to the SETA for site visits. This just gives you an overview of what I've covered, and it just basically highlights to you what the process is. It just says you must with both the QCTO's policy as well as our policy. I think one of the questions we often get is the QCTO policy and process and documents say one thing, but the SETA requires additional information. We do. We are the subject matter experts, those qualifications. While the QCTO is responsible as the custodian for accreditation, we are responsible as the custodian for the qualification and its outcomes. So we can request for additional information, so we are sure that you are able to actually implement the qualification. Whether it be technical requirements, etc., we are at liberty to request for that information. The one piece of information that we are consistently questioned on is then the need to have third-party liability insurance. We have to ensure that the learners are safe on your site. I think many of us have seen what happens and what has been happening in terms of buildings burning down, learners being injured. What happens to the learner once they have been injured on your site? The SETA then becomes liable to say, you have accredited a site, but the site was not compliant in terms of occupational health and safety. So that's one area where we are definitely stringent on in respect of that. Perhaps let me just ask the team, Boy, any other areas where red flags have been raised by providers? Mohadi?
Also registered assessors and moderators.
Okay. And then registered assessors and moderators, if you have a look at the qualifications, most of them indicate what you would require, especially the assessment specification document. So it would say to you that this is what you require, subject matter expert. The previous document said assessors and moderators. Now, colleagues, the only difference between the historical qualifications from an assessor and moderator perspective and occupational qualifications is simply that they use the word subject matter expert, QCTO. We use the words assessors and moderators. So in order for you to be registered as what do you need to do? You need to be a subject matter expert. In order for you to become a moderator, you should be an assessor. You should have been a subject matter expert. So ours is to say we still require you to register as a subject matter expert, and we've built that into the system, which we'll take you through later on how you can then become registered as an subject matter expert in the process of implementation of occupational programs. It's fine to be a subject matter expert, it's wonderful, but if you don't understand the process of assessment,
How can we ensure that the assessment was fair, that it was reliable, that it was valid? So those are the elements where definitely the SETA is stringent in relation to the requirements for you becoming an accredited training service provider or skills development provider. The last section, colleagues, talks about becoming an ESA center, the assessment center. Again, this is an opportunity for you to expand your implementation in the occupational accreditation process. Question I often get, can I become a skills development provider as well as an ESA center? Yes, you can. The only limitation is that if you are going to be an ESA center and you're an ESA center and you're accredited for cybersecurity or registered, you may not use your same subject matter expert who implemented the program to conduct the assessment at the ESA level, right? Because that poses conflict of interest. That's the first one. The second part is then, if you're going to be running an assessment, a dedicated ESA, you must ensure that there are no other learners on site at the time that the ESA is being implemented. It's much like how we would be writing exams at university, whether it's UNISA, UJ, UFS. You would have a dedicated area where students would be seated and they would then have their assessments administered. So that is a critical then requirement in terms of the assessment center. So who are the role players in the assessment center? Firstly, QCTO. Remember, they are our principals. We take our lead and our guidance from the QCTO. They are responsible then for the development of the assessment policy, which we uphold then as a quality partner. The next is us, MICT SETA, and all other SETAs for that matter. Quality partners, we ensure that we recommend for accreditation. We ensure that you are upholding the set standards in terms of the policy that has been set out by the QCTO and other prescribed requirements as identified by the MICT SETA, which obviously would be shared with you as part of the terms and conditions of accreditation. And then lastly, yourselves as assessment centers, you then become a delegated body of the QCTO and ours, as the QP, to manage the internal integrated summative assessment and ensure that there is credibility in the process. So the roles and responsibilities, I'm not going to belabor the point where the QCTO is involved, but basically just they must consider our recommendations once we have put together the report and submitted it to their committees. We must verify the information that you submit to us, and this happens at the site visit level. They must give us feedback within 30 days of receiving the recommendation. They grant the final assessment and they actually publish that you are an accredited ESA center. And they make the final decision on whether to withdraw your accreditation, particularly if you do not meet the minimum requirements or uphold the terms and conditions that you have signed for. Our responsibility is we recommend you to the QCTO. We basically give you feedback on the process. Should there be any gaps, should the QCTO require additional information, we give you that feedback. We ensure that there's standardization of the ESAs. So what happens at the ESA level is we develop these ESAs. The MICT SETA is responsible for those. The MICT SETA is also responsible for the allocation of a subject matter expert at each of the ESA centers. So that's why we said you cannot, or the policy says you may not use your own subject matter expert to actually facilitate an ESA if they have been involved with the implementation. The MICT SETA, through its bank of subject matter experts, will allocate a subject matter expert to ensure that there is no conflict of interest in the process. We report to the QCTO on a monthly basis in terms of the ESA centers, and we just publish the details and hand it back to QCTO as well. And we just ensure that the certification happens at the end. So we don't certificate, QCTO does. But all of the list of learners who've been recommended at the end would come from the SETA post the ESA process. Again, learners still have access to 3 opportunities to prove competence against the outcomes of the ESA. Question we get, who pays for the ESA? The MICT SETA has taken the responsibility to actually fund the ESA process for each learner, right? So we will pay for the ESA to be administered. So what are your responsibilities? You just need to ensure that the learner is being assessed according to the set assessments. So the assessments we discussed that we develop and we issue to you. So an example would be if you are going to have a cohort sitting at 9 o'clock in the morning, we would only the ESA to you at 8:30 to ensure that the credibility of the assessment that will take place. Okay. To comply with the QCTO and the QP standards, to conduct the assessments, to adhere to the set standards, to enter into a formal agreement, terms and conditions of accreditation, terms and conditions of accreditation as an ESA center. Colleagues, these are critically important. Of late, we've had several SDPs that we've had to unfortunately either suspend or withdraw the accreditation for not adhering to the set terms and conditions, which ultimately impacts on the final beneficiary of the Skills Development Act, which is the learner. So unfortunately, we've had to do that. Please do not put us in the uncomfortable position of heading down the road of actually suspending or withdrawing your accreditation. To allow candidates who have registered for assessment to conduct an assessment in a registered area, so a dedicated area again, and ensure that candidates are not assessed and moderated by the same person. You also need to ensure that you have the appropriately qualified human resources, and this should be taken through with your advisor. There is a document that they send to you prior to the site visit. You would need to ensure all of that is in place. This just talks about what is required, so much like our own process as per the assessment center and the accreditation. It goes into the legal requirements, so your CIPC documentation, tax clearance certificate, ensuring that the site is safe, OSHIC requirements, venue requirements in terms of the technical equipment, if it's access to PPE that's required, machinery, etc., qualified human resources who are managing the specific area, and any other requirements as per the qualification. Please become conversant with the assessment specification document once you become accredited. That is your guideline. That is what the SETA will expect you to adhere and uphold as we move into the ESA process. So just in terms of the application process end to end, so you do the online application form with QCTO, you submit the documents to QCTO for desktop evaluation, you then have an advisor allocated by the MICT SETA, and a report is generated. Colleagues, that is your report. So whatever is tabled at the accreditation committee is what you have put together with the advisor. Please ensure that when you look at that report, it's a true reflection of what you want the committee to know and to see about your site and your entity. Lastly, presentation of the report to our accreditation committee, and then we submit to QCTO for further processing. And we look at this at a 40-day period of time, but much like the QCTO accreditation process, it's all dependent on both of us. So if we receive all of the information that we need, if the gaps are timeously closed, we can then submit to the QCTO and your process could be closed. I think in March of this year, we averaged on about 15 days on getting ESA centers registered. So we have about 19 of them registered at this point in time. So the process is really quick when you have your information on hand. And then the link at the bottom is just where you can find the application form to become an ESA center. So withdrawal of accreditation, you probably want to know what are the grounds for withdrawal. So we would make a recommendation as the quality partner through to QCTO in terms of the withdrawal of your accreditation, and some of them are highlighted here but not limited to your inability to meet the accreditation criteria. This often happens when you prepare for us to come. You hire equipment, you borrow from friends to get your site up and running. We come in, we see what we need to see, and we say, great, you can be registered and make this recommendation. But when it comes down to the implementation, and you now need to implement or administer for a cohort of learners, you're not able to do that. When we arrive at the site, or the subject matter expert arrives at the site, you don't have access to the technical equipment. There are no tables and chairs. You probably changed your site, etc. Those are one of the grounds for the inability to meet the accreditation criteria and the terms and conditions. Assessment irregularities, I think we've covered this. Just we administer and we issue you with the assessment 30 minutes before the time, but all the students have it within 15 minutes of the 30 minutes in which we've allocated to you. Failure or refusal to fulfill your accreditation responsibility, to comply with the policies, to comply with our policies and QCTOs, poor record keeping. So record keeping is quite critical, and that's why we have the learner management system as well. So everything will happen within the system. Please make use of the system. Any fraudulent activity, poor internal moderation, so poor oversight of the process while it is happening, and ineffective reporting to us. You can appeal the process. So the appeals procedure, basically, you may appeal directly to the QCTO. The QCTO will then engage with us on the report that we have submitted around the grounds for withdrawal of your accreditation. The QCTO can determine a cost associated with then reviewing your process or reviewing and taking you through the appeals process, and can de-accredit if they choose to, and then ultimately take it to the council if it is further appealed. So that, colleagues, in essence is the process and of accreditation for occupational qualifications, as well as ESA centers, the appeals and the withdrawals. I am now at the end of my presentation, and I'm ready to take your questions and answer any questions. Thank you. There's roving mics, so if you have your questions, raise your hand. The colleagues will hand you a mic. You can pose your questions, and then we'll respond as best we can.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
My question is regarding the qualifications that have been extended for enrollment. I just want to find out about the unit standards. Are the unit standards also extended as well? Like, I'm just making an example, like, end user computing, and then maybe you just want to train one unit standard, like, as well, something like that. Are those as well extended as well in terms of enrollment?
Yes. So once a full qualification has been extended, all of the unit standards within the qualification become valid. Just a note, colleagues, just to ensure that you are training on the electives that you are accredited for.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. Any other?
Good morning. You spoke about the phases that the student needs to go in terms of training. You talked about skills development of what? Knowledge and theory and practical component. So what I want to understand is the issue of, it's a matter of a practical component, which you says that it needs to go through the workplace, probably workplace training. So is it MSETA providing the workers, the learners with the workplace to complete their qualification, or there is a third party that needs to help or assist the student in terms of the training, in terms of component? That's where I want to.
Thank you. So in terms of the workplace component, there has to be a third party. So it must be a registered workplace. So the SETA is also developing a final module on workplace approval in the system, So your workplace, you can identify your workplace as part of the occupational accreditation process. The QCTO requires that you submit a MOU between yourself and then a third party. If you're going to be implementing, again, cybersecurity, and Altron may be, a cybersecurity specialist, you would then sign a MOU with Altron that says for all future implementations, for workplace learning component, the students would be housed there. Once we receive that, we would then also make the recommendation to yourselves and Altron to register as a registered center using the system, because we would need to visit them. We would need to ensure that they've got access to the equipment, that the learners are going to be exposed to the components of the qualification that are required under workplace. So it is your responsibility as the SDP. Any other questions? Colleagues, are we sure?
Oh, just to follow up on the workplace, I just want to find out something. The one challenge that we have for the workplaces now, like when you're implementing the legacy qualification, it was easy. You can just take the learners to the workplace, and then the learners will just work and do that. The challenge that we have now, I think there's the issue of once you sign an MOU with the workplace, which means that MICT SETA then comes in, then that workplace need to be approved before the learners go in there. So that's just some of the things that I want to know is like what documentations do you require, like from the workplace in order for them to be approved. Like I know, for example, like in Kimberley, when we come to IT, like for example, it's very difficult, to get, workplaces to place learners, for them to, let's say if you get a cybersecurity qualification. So my question is that, just for MICT SETA, what support are you going to provide, especially for providers that are in rural areas, also like in small provinces like the Northern Cape, where most of the time, the government departments, private sector, they are using basically companies from Joburg, to come in to do most of their work. They contract them to come and do their work. So my thing is just that, how is MICT SETA going to support, providers and also the workplace to ensure that we have credible workplaces, to assist, because I think that's where the gap is going to be in, when it comes to us, in the Northern Cape. That was just my thing, yeah.
Thanks. So you're 100% correct in saying that before the learner is placed, there must be workplace approval. And so my recommendation would be have a look at the list of employers within the Northern Cape. Identify what some of the core work they do. So what are they involved with? Cybersecurity is not just for the ICT space, okay? It works within the banks, it works everywhere else. So get a list of employers together and then approach those employers to be possible host employers for your learners. Then you do not just rely on a single host employer, you are relying on a bank of host employers for any given implementation. It's unfortunate that the SETA cannot share its list of levy-paying companies, because that would probably assist with saying, within the Northern Cape, this is the list of levy-paying companies who could possibly host the learners. But I also want to indicate that there are a lot of companies who don't submit, they are levy-paying, but don't submit their WSPs and ATRs. So at this point, they do not sit with the MICT SETA. We don't know who they are. That's an opportunity for you as well. Going back to, what is the list? Who are these employers? Can you assist them by saying, you know what, I'll assist you with submitting your WSP ATR if you can host the learners for us at a workplace level. So those are possibilities for tapping into then building those relationships with possible host employers. It's unfortunate we also can't prescribe to other government departments to insist that learners must be hosted within those workplaces. But I do think that once you have proven successfully that you are able to implement through the workplace model or through the occupational model with one or two employers, certainly it'll open doors with other host employers as well. Okay. Any other questions?
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Stefo. My question is a bit for a short-left question. I need to find out from MICT and, well, other CETAs, but we are dealing with MICT, the relationship between the entity and varsities. Some time ago, we trained learners on, I think it's software development, a learnership. And then some of them wanted to further their qualifications at university level. And then they were denied the opportunity to carry over their credits and qualification at the university. The varsity cited things like that qualification is not recognized, although they were listed under NLRD. So what remedies or what interventions have MICT put in place to assist in such situations?
Thanks for the question. It is a slight short-lived question, but I think it's a relevant question. So, is not determined by
the MICT.
It is determined by the South African Qualifications Authority. And that body is the body that's responsible for your PNL. So, all universities, when I go back to it, I think maybe this slide is critical. This, everyone sitting on here reports to SACWA.
Because these qualifications rest within the NQF, which SACWA is responsible for. So when universities cite that they cannot recognize it, the best thing to do is to actually take out the credit accumulation policy, which talks about vertical articulation, horizontal, diagonal, meaning you can accumulate credits and you can move and weave in and out of this entire system, provided that the qualification and the level of the qualification and the unit standards meet the level of entry requirements for where you're trying to head into or what you're trying to recognize. So if you're looking at an NQF level 6 diploma within a, let's say, UFS or 7, UFS, right? And the learner has only completed some elements of systems development NQF level 5. The likelihood of them accepting that is slim to none because it misses a level. It's not even at NQF level 6 for them to consider to say we'll do a bridging into an NQ. So they can do a bridging, say for this period, 6 months program, and then gain entry into an NQF level 7. But that doesn't even exist. So it depends on the entrance requirements of the qualification as well. But credit accumulation is credit accumulation linked to a qualification that is similar or relevant and also bearing in mind the NQF levels. But I would then refer to the credit accumulation policy and then engage directly with DHET as well as SACWA on the matter. Because all universities respond or report into this model on the NQF. Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? No questions? Are we all ready to...
Just have the last one.
Please go ahead.
It's with regard to the subject matter expert, like assessors and moderators. Like I mean, it's just maybe a comment or just something in passing. I applied for one program for, I think it was a software developer. I applied for that, and then QCTO came, they did a site visit. But the site visit was a virtual site visit, that they basically did. So, but everything went well administratively in terms of the company. But the issue was more on the subject matter expert. The subject matter expert had the required qualification, as per the curriculum document. But the issue was, there was another thing that, the SME had to have was, like for example, RPA, robotic process automation.
Yeah.
But then, the subject matter expert didn't have that. That was the biggest issue. That's where we basically failed, to get, the accreditation in terms of that. So my other thing that I wanted to find out with regard, I understand why it actually didn't go well. And then a month ago, we also had another one, which was for cloud administrator as well. But then I canceled that one because I thought it was going to be the same thing, because I struggled to locate, the subject matter expert that had the correct, not accreditation, but vendor certification. That's where the challenge I had a biggest challenge. So number one is that, in terms of, and then I had another site visit for MICT SETA. I think it was, I forgot the name of the lady came. But then, the issue for me was that QCTO, when they come to you, when they do a site visit, they do a virtual site visit. And most of the time, QCTO, when they come and do the site visit, especially for MICT SETA programs, they don't bring MICT SETA with, but they bring SME from the industry to actually do the site visit. It's not even the QCTO official that actually does the site visit. It's just an SME that have allocated or hired, to come and do. You will get that, the QCTO official will just start off the meeting and then they will leave. And it will be the SME. So I want to find out just basically the relationship between MICT SETA and QCTO, because what you mentioned earlier was that if there are gaps, you give me time to correct those gaps. But when it comes to QCTO, especially with the SMEs, they don't actually give you the time to do that. They just tell you I need the documentation tomorrow. If you don't have the documentation, unfortunately, I need to submit the report. So that's why I'm just trying to find out, your relationship with QCTO with regard to your qualifications. Because what you mentioned there was that you will give me, some time to correct those gaps, and, if, 20 days or whatever days to correct it, but QCTO doesn't do that when they bring an SME to, to do accreditation site visit. So that's why the gaps I've seen that I was asking, where's MICT SETA? It's a MICT SETA program, but MICT SETA is not involved, in the site visit when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe let's just put some context to it. When the site visits or when the accreditation process for occupational programs first started for MICT SETA programs, we were not involved as a SETA. And we were not yet involved because we were still phasing out, really inundated with phasing out and putting systems and processes in place for historical qualifications. At the end of last year or middle of last year was when we became more involved in the process, in the sense that the allocation lists were sent directly to the MICT SETA. And that is why you'd find that the people who visit you now in terms of these visits are MICT SETA officials. So that's the first point. The second point is then that, and I say this because it is a model, it's the model that has been adopted by the QCTO. They use external consultants. So the subject matter expert is an external consultant who comes in. They want to complete, they want to sign off on a report because they have another report or another site visit in the next 2 days. It's almost a bread and butter issue, right? Whereas for us, it is about ensuring that our providers get to the point where they are ready to implement the qualifications. We do not want to leave anyone behind. We want everybody available, ready, on board, because we are never going to meet the skills development demand of industries if we don't get everybody fully conversant. Having said that, we understand though that these are new qualifications. So a new qualification and a new skill means you're possibly not going to find people who have the new qualification and the skill. And because of that, in the development of the learning material across all of our qualifications now, we will be upskilling skills development providers on how to implement the qualifications, what is actually required, etc., etc. So at that point, you would start to build up the knowledge and the skill required for implementation of the program. So it wouldn't just sit with one subject matter expert. It would be everybody involved with the implementation from a skills development provider perspective. So that is our view to ensuring that we capacitate SDPs, that you have the relevant skills available, because if not, we're going to head back into what we've seen in the past, which is specific people monopolize the process, whereas it should be open to all. So that is our view on how we're actually going to tackle this particular issue. But you'd find that most of your site visits now would be conducted by the MICT SETA. And having said that, our team as well, I must be quite honest and say, none of the team members or advisors are RPA technician specialists. But we've made it a point to ensure that we're going to put them onto the relevant training, so when they come out into your site, they can immediately see whether you are ready or not, and actually make recommendations on perhaps you should close this gap in this fashion. Perhaps you should partner with this training service provider who's not too far away from you for the implementation of this component, so you're not incurring costs, because we also understand many of you are SMMEs as well. Okay. All right, any other questions? Going once? I'm turning it into an auction now. Going once? Going twice? Sold. To Boisiwe Gumede, who's going to join us and take us through a short introduction in the next 5 to 7 minutes on the learner management system and what you can expect before we take a quick tea break and then head into the presentation by Timothy. Over to you, Boy. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Boisiwe Gumede, Quality Assurance Advisor from the MICT SETA. Mine today is just to take you through the overview of the learner management system, how the system was developed, taking into consideration who we consulted and the challenges that we experienced, and also just to take you through each module and what you can expect. So this is the development process. Before we even started, as you all may understand, ETQA is a very big division. It has a lot of module and sub-modules. So obviously we had to take our developers through the processes just to explain to them as to what we do on a day-to-day basis so that they understand. We took into consideration our manual processes before we even started with the development of the system. Just to see as to what was working from the manual processes, what was not working, the challenges that you experienced, the challenges that we experienced. So we looked into that. We also looked at the functionalities of the previous LMSs. So we looked into our previous systems that we used. What was working for you, what was not working. We took that into consideration as well when we developed this new system. Okay. Right, my slide, I think it's no longer moving. Okay, so we also did a stakeholder consultation. We had assessors and moderators coming in just to indicate as to what challenges they were experiencing with our previous processes. What is it that we need to look into when we develop the new system? We also had consultation with training providers so that they can just indicate that these are the gray areas from your processes, from the previous systems. These were the challenges that we are experiencing. From the current manual processes, these are the challenges that we are experiencing. We also had a session with the QCTO just to take them through what we had designed from the system. so that they are also able to confirm that it was good to go. So we actually consulted a lot of stakeholders before we can start with the development of the system, or even bringing it, finalizing the development of the system. So we did not just develop it for ourselves, but we developed it for you. So we had to consult a number of people. And even today, when you go through the system, it is therefore important that colleagues, you actually check as to whether each module is going to work for you. This is a working session. If perhaps you see that from this module, you need us to update or to change this functionality, you are allowed to give us your contributions so that we are able to update the system. We have not developed the system for our just for the MICT SETA, but we've developed it for you. So with us developing it for you, it should work for you. So if you feel that you need to make amendments, please do advise. But please also take into consideration that the amendments that should be made to the system should benefit all the stakeholders, not just your training center or only you as an assessor or moderator. Right, so these are the modules that we have developed for historic qualifications. We have developed the system for historic qualifications and also for occupational qualifications. So for historic qualifications, we have the assessor and moderator module. We have the training provider module. We have the learner management module. We have the verification of learner assessment and the certification module. I'm going to take you through each module. Looking at the assessor and moderator module, it's first-time applicants can be able to use this module. So if you are going to apply as an assessor or as a moderator for the very first time, you are going to be able to use this module. So when you apply for the very first time as an assessor or a moderator, the process is quite easy. Timothy is going to take you through the process as to how you need to apply for the very first time. And if you are already a registered assessor or moderator, or you have your registration is expired, you are also going to be able to use this module. But you are not going to be able to access the module. You're not going to just obviously log in and that should be it. There is a third-party application. There's another application that you're going to use in order for you to access the system. There's an API that you are going to use to access the system. Tim will show you as to how you need to access your information for the very first time. Okay. So when you access the system via the API, you are obviously going to be able to update your information. If you've moved from where you were, your physical address has changed, you'll be able to update that information on the system. And you might experience challenges from the system whereby perhaps you do not have access. Let's say you've updated your email address or you lost your cell phone. Remember, from our database, we still have your previous contact details. So if your email address has changed, you no longer have access, you won't be able to access your profile. In that case, you have to contact the ETQA at mict.org.za. And I just need to put this out there, especially to the online participants. Please note that at the moment, because we are busy with roadshows, we are not able to attend all the queries at the moment. But as soon as we are done with the roadshows, we'll be able to attend all the emails that are sent through to this email address. But for all the colleagues who are here today, we will be able to assist you today. So if you are experiencing any challenges logging into your profile, please just raise your hand. We will be able to assist you. So from the new system, there are security features that we've put in place. For registered assessors and moderators, once you access your letter for the very first time, let's say you applied as an assessor or a moderator for the very first time, we are going to issue a registration letter which has a QR code. So from this QR code, any person will be able to check and verify whether or not the registration letter that you have submitted is a true reflection. So from the QR code will take the person directly to the website, where the person will be able to see the qualifications that you are registered for, the start and the end date of the qualification, because we've noted that there are a lot of assessors and moderators who are updating their information. So they would submit fraudulent registration letters to training providers. So in order for us to avoid that, that security feature has been put in place. So the second module is the training provider module. From the training provider module, obviously you cannot apply for accreditation for the very first time for historic qualifications, as Natalie has indicated. So this module will be accessible to accredited training providers and training providers whose accreditation has expired, but they have enrolled learners for all those qualifications that have been renewed. So you'll access the system via the API, which Tim is going to take you through. You'll be able to update your company information, and you might obviously experience challenges as well if you have updated the personal documents of the person who actually had access to the system previously. If perhaps the email address has changed or the contact details have changed, you will therefore have to contact the ETQA division to update. But we are obviously going to have to request that you submit your accreditation letter so that we are able to confirm that indeed you do own that profile. So there are also security features that we've put in place for your accreditation letters. When we issue your re-registration letters, you are also going to have those QR codes. So you will notice that with all our registration letters, all the documents that we are going to issue via the system, there'll be a QR code that will be issued with the registration letter or the accreditation letter. This is just to ensure that the document that you are going to share with your external stakeholder is a true reflection of what MICT SETA has issued. So your maybe your employers will not have to contact the MICT SETA directly just to verify whether or not you are accredited. They can just scan that QR code. Okay, the third module is the learner management module. The learner management module is for your funded programs and your non-funded programs, but it's going to be different. It's going to be different for you to actually load learners into the system now. For funded programs, the employer will load learners from their side, and they will link you as the training provider. You will have to confirm as the training provider that you do have an agreement with that employer. This is just to ensure that the learners that are captured from the employer's side and are transferred to the training provider are actually the learners that are actually funded by MICT SETA. So you'll be able to confirm that from your side. So we are not going to have a case whereby an employer just submits maybe their documents through to the learning program and say, this is the training provider that we are going to use to conduct our training, and you do not have any knowledge of that. We've experienced a lot of challenges in the past where we find that employers would submit their their implementation plan and so forth, and just indicate that this is the training provider without the knowledge of the training provider. So with the new system, you'll have to confirm as the training provider that you do have knowledge of that. You'll also be able to load your learners for funded programs, and you are going to load your learners in groups. So if you are going to have the first group starting on the 1st, you are going to load your learners, that group of learners, and give them a specific name. So if you are going to, let's say it's funded by FNB, you can just give that group a specialized name and call it F&B so that we are also able to track. You can just indicate that a learner from group F&B has actually left this program, then we are able to note that from the system. Oh, okay, so when you load your learners into the system, you have to also upload their supporting documents. You are not just going to load your learners into the system and that's it. The system will not allow you to go to the next page. So meaning you have to submit their CVs, their ID, their qualifications, everything that is required. We have been experiencing challenges with conducting verification, especially for funded programs, only to realize that the supporting documents of the learners are not there and the learners are nowhere to be found. So when you start with your implementation, when you load your learners for the very first time, you need to also upload their supporting documents. Right. So the next module is the verification module. So there is a new process that we are introducing. Induction verification. You might have noticed from your verification reports that there are 3 types of verification. There is induction verification, interval verification, and exit verification. So we have been conducting exit verification, but with the new system, induction verification is whereby as a training provider, you've loaded your learners into the system. You have uploaded your implementation plan, you've submitted the supporting documents. During induction verification, this is where you are going to be allocated an advisor to your program. So you are not going to wait for the program to actually end in order for you to be allocated an advisor. You are going to be allocated an advisor during induction verification, and you know that this is the person who is going to actually monitor your program from the beginning until the end. So in a case whereby you are experiencing challenges, this is the person whom you'll have to contact, right? So during induction verification as well, this is where we are going to verify whether or not the learning material that you are going to be using as the learning material that MICT SETA has actually approved. Are you going to train these learners at a site which is accredited or not? What challenges maybe you might be experiencing with your assessor or moderator. Have you changed your assessor? Have you changed your moderator? This will also give an opportunity to assessors and moderators to actually note that they are going to conduct assessments or moderation for you so that they are able to plan ahead as well. Interval verification. Halfway through your program, you'll be expected to conduct interval assessment and interval moderation. This is just to address those gaps that we have been experiencing during exit verification, realizing that maybe learners have gaps, there are gaps that have been identified maybe by the moderator. The learners are no longer there to address those gaps because they have left the workplace. So when you conduct interval verification, if there are any gaps whatsoever that are identified by the moderator, you'll be able to address them. Also, if there are any gaps that are identified by your verifier, by the MICT SETA verifier, you'll be able to address them timely. Exit verification, the process is still the same. When your program has now ended, the verifier will conduct exit verification. So once you've received your exit verification report, we can therefore look at the certification module. From the certification module, once your report has been approved and it has been signed, what's nice about the system is that you are able to track, you are able to verify and check whether or not your report has been signed, has it been allocated, at what stage as your application. You'll be able to track all of that. So for your certification module, we are going to issue a digital certificate for your learners. So your digital certificate, you'll be able to download it from your site. So that digital certificate will also have that QR code. So meaning that an employer can just scan that QR code to confirm whether or not this certificate is a true reflection or not. You are also going to receive SORs for each learner. So you are not only going to receive your certificate, but you are also going to receive your SORs, because from your learner management, you would have indicated the unit standards that the learners are going to be trained on. You are also going to receive physical certificates. So your physical certificates that have been signed by the CEO on that specialized MICT SETA board, you will be able to receive those. So from your side, you'll be able to see as to when you need to come through to the MICT SETA to collect your physical certificates. So we will have a print schedule from your side. As indicated, your certificates and your SORs will have that QR code. So that's the security feature that we've put in all your certificates. Right. So those are the historic modules, the historical qualifications modules. For the QC2O modules, we have developed the accreditation module. Once the QC2O has allocated a schedule to the MICT SETA, the training providers who have been allocated to us will be expected to submit their supporting documents using this module. An advisor will be allocated, evaluations will be conducted, site inspection will be conducted, and the report will be presented to the QA committee. So obviously you'll be able to see from your side that this is how far your application is. It has been allocated to an advisor, it has been presented to the committee, the recommendations have been submitted to the QCTO. You'll also be expected, once you've received your accreditation letter, to upload it on the system. We also have a subject matter expert module where you can register as an assessor and a moderator for occupational qualifications. We have the qualification development module in a case whereby you feel that the MICT SETA should perhaps develop a certain qualification. This is the module you are supposed to use. You can use this module to actually request for the MICT SETA to develop that certain qualification. So you do not have to go directly to the QCTO, especially for qualifications that, that the MICT SETA is that fall under our industry. You can just directly apply with the MICT SETA. The process, you'll be able to see that the application has been approved or not approved. So we are at the moment busy with the ESA module. Once that module is up and running, we will advise. It's still in development. Thank you so much. That's it from my side. I urge each and every one of you to participate today. Please, if you have questions, please raise your hands. Ask as many questions as you would like. If you have any suggestions, please do advise. Because we are the very first SETA to actually give our stakeholders an opportunity to update our system. So with that, I'd like to thank each and every one of you who has actually taken their time from their busy schedule to be part of the session. Thank you so much.
It seems like the Northern Cape are very stingy with their hand claps. Yeah, so if we can give Louis another round of applause. Colleagues, the time is now 11:35. I'd like to take a 15-minute leg stretch before we hand over to Tim, who will then take us through the system. So 11:35, if we could be back at 11:50 to actually move into the next stage of the presentation. Thank you so much. Tea and coffee available at the tea station. Leg stretch outside ablution facilities through the door on your right-hand side. Thanks.
Okay. Let's start, colleagues.
Within a few seconds.
Oh, all right. But your laptops are fully charged. Okay. All right. Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Timothy Trainee. I'm part of MICT SETA. I'm going to take you through our LMS system, where I'm going to show you how you register on the system, how you do the application, and also how to maneuver in terms of the roles, and also do the learner management on the system. Colleagues, I would like to highlight that I'll be using our quality assurance server. I'm not going to use our live server. So for you, please don't use any link that I'm using here, but please go to our website and use the correct links, because currently I'll be using the quality assurance server. Okay, so to access our LMS system, you must go to MICT SETA, mict.org.za, which is our website. This is the homepage of the website. You can see. Let me just refresh. And when you are here on this website, on your top right corner, we have a link there saying Stakeholder Login. When you navigate and hover to that, you will see a drop down where it has LMS login, assessor or moderator registration verification, and also training provider registration verification. So I'll cover both assessor and moderator applications and also verifications. Okay, so colleagues, once you go and click LMS login, it will take you to this page. As you can see, on my quality assurance, it has a QA here. That stands for quality assurance. For you, you must go to our website, click LMS login, and then it will give you a correct page. Okay, so I'll start with the assessor registration. As a new assessor, if you are a new assessor, you did not have any approval from MICT SETA, then this is how you will register. And then after that, I will show you as an existing assessor or moderator how you verify your information on our system. Okay, so as a new assessor, you go to our system and then you click Stakeholder Login, and then it will populate this page, which is our learner management system, LMS. When you are on this page, there is a login button and also register button at the below. You click register. And again, colleagues, it might happen that you have another role in our system. And if you have an existing role, don't worry. You can have one account and also have different roles. So you continue with the information that you have. Continue, you put in your name, surname, email, the same email that you used for the previous role, you put it here. If you did not have any role, you just fill in the information. You fill in your ID or passport. You enter ID or passport below. Here it's where you select a role. You may find currently you are a learning program facilitator. Now you want to add a role for assessor, ETQA assessor, and then you can do that. You can add that role now. As a new assessor, the existing assessor, I will show you, existing assessor and moderator, I will show you how we do it. Okay? Then you select the role, you enter your password. When entering a password on our system, we have this password policy or password rule. At least your password length, it has to be 14 character length, and then also include lowercase, capital letters and numbers, and also special characters. Okay? And with our system, in terms of our policy, after 40 days, automatically the system will, when you try to log in, it will need you to regenerate a new password. Okay? After that, you agree to MICT SETA privacy policy, and then you do I'm not a robot. You wait for it until it gives you a tick. If it gives you a box, and then you follow the instruction on the box, then you click register as a new assessor. Once you have registered, you'll be able to log in to the system. Okay? That's the registration for the new assessor. Okay, now let me move to the existing assessor or moderator. Colleagues, knowing that to become a moderator, you must be an existing assessor for at least 1 year. So this is how you will do it. You go to the same stakeholder login. There is a assessor or moderator registration verification, meaning that you exist. Okay? You click it, it takes you to this page where you will provide your information. So colleagues, here you are going to provide us with your ID, your registration number, and then you click send OTP. It happens that when you provide this information, your ID is correct, but your ID and registrations are correct, but the information that we have on our system, like your cell phone number, where you need to receive your OTP, and your email has changed. So with that one, you can contact us so that we can update your information. How to contact us? You send your email, you send that information here to this email, etqa@mictseta.org.za. Then you send the email including the attachments like your accreditation letter, so that we are able to verify your information and update accordingly on the system. Then after that, you'll be able to receive an OTP if you have changed number or an email. Okay? So as an assessor, I will put my ID here. Then my registration number. Click send OTP. Okay, you see here at the top, if your email has changed, you'll see that it sends an email to this, and also this is my cell phone number, but please don't call this number. Okay, then I have received my OTP. You click fetch profile. Once you click fetch profile, this is what is going to be populated. It will bring your information here, and then you check if everything is correct, and then any missing information, you can type in that information, and then you confirm the details. Before you confirm the details, here is the MICT privacy policy, and also I'm not a robot before you confirm this. Okay? At the top here, you fill in your names, you put your assessor registration letter, moderator registration letter. If you wish to put a profile picture, you can also do that. On the next step, it's where we find the approved qualifications as an assessor. You can see your qualifications here. But if you check and found out that there is a qualification that is not appearing here, you can also send us an email so that we update accordingly. Okay, and then this is your unit standard, approved unit standard as an assessor. You can see them here. And then here in terms of this unit code, they take you to SAQA. When you open this, they take you to SAQA website. Okay? That's how the existing assessor register and verify their information. Any question before I can log into the system? Or anyone who tried to register and then you encounter an issue? Okay.
No, it's just I missed something you mentioned. Sorry. Good afternoon.
Yes.
No, it's just that I missed one comment you made regarding if you have changed your email or contact cell number.
Yes.
What was the procedure again?
You send your accreditation letter to this email.
Okay.
Check on the screen here where I highlight to this email.
Okay.
So that we
but
can.
But since you are here, you can attend to it now.
Right now I'm still presenting. I'm still presenting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now I'll move and log in as an assessor. So I have logged in, but I want to show you something before. So when I log in, colleagues, this is what happened. You verify here. Then you log in. Remember I told you about having an existing role on the system. If you have a learning program, you have a role for learning program facilitator, your role will be there. And then if you need to deal with learning program facilitator, you will go to this. But currently we are dealing with assessor and moderator, which is here. And then after assessor and moderator, we'll be dealing with the training provider role. So now I'll log in as a ETQA assessor. All right. This is the landing page. If you see colleagues, with all the roles that I will be showing you, the look and feel, it is consistent with our system. So on the left hand side, colleagues, we have our dashboard, which is where we are now. It populates this information. As an assessor, we have profile. We also have assessor moderator documents, which is where you will find documents that are shared with you as an assessor or moderator, where MICT will upload documents, relevant documents here. Here it's where you do your application as an assessor or moderator. Training provider request. Here it's where you get your training provider request as an assessor. If a training provider appoints you as an assessor to assess or moderate, this is where you find your training provider request. And then these are the accepted training provider request. When you go under accepted, you can even see their SLAs. Okay? And then down here, it's where you deal with your programs after accepting your training provider requests. So you'll be able to view all the programs that you are working on as an assessor or moderator. Okay, so I'll go back to dashboard. So dashboard provides a summary of your request as an assessor or moderator, what you need to do. Okay, so you can see here I have assessment requests, here moderation request from different training provider. As an assessor here, what you need to do, you just click and accept. If you have a sour relationship with that training provider, you can reject the request. So this one, it's up to you. So these are the information for assessor and moderator. Okay, then under profile, this is where you update your information, your name, ID, and all information about yourself as an assessor, addresses, and then you click confirm details below. Okay, and then you come here, registration letter. You will find your assessor registration letter or moderator registration letter. So with your registration letter, you can see this is our letter with all the uni standards that you are approved for. Going down with this registration letter, we also have a QR code below. When we scan this QR code, automatically our API will show that, okay, all this will appear on your cell phone or the device that you'll be using to scan this QR code. Meaning that, colleagues, if you go and modify this PDF, it means that they will quote you. Ne? All right. Also, the same as moderator registration document, it also has the same QR code. Then here it's where you find your qualifications that you are approved for, list of qualifications that you are approved for, including the unit standards. This is under your profile. Okay? After you have logged in and then you realize that there are some things that are missing, you can contact us so that we can update the information accordingly. Here on this link below, it's where MICT SETA will share documents with you if we wish to upload documents that will support you as an assessor or moderator. Then you'll find those documents here, including policies or other relevant documents for assessor or moderator. Here it's where you do your application. Before we start with the application, I want to show you the top right icons where we have our logout here, and then we also have an ask where you can communicate with all departments at MICT SETA. Select the department, you put a title, you write your message. View manuals, it's where you'll find videos that can assist you to do your applications. Okay? On this icon, it's where you switch roles if you have more than one role on the system. Currently, you are an assessor, you can switch to SDF, you can switch to training provider. You don't need to log out and log in again. Okay? Same as here. On help, it's where you will find training videos. It's a user manual videos actually. All right. Now I'm going back to application. As an assessor, existing assessor, you'll find this, or as a new assessor, you'll find this this button that says Start New Application. When you click Start New Application, For an existing assessor, it will say assessor extension of scope. For a new assessor, it will say new application. Okay? Because if you are existing, it means you are doing extension of scope. Also with moderator, if you are a new assessor, you won't find this moderator extension of scope. Okay? Then after you have started your application, you click start a new application. Then this is how the application appears here at the top. So you can withdraw the application if you don't want to continue with it, or you can click open. Also, we have submission timelines here if you want to track your application. For example, I'll open one. This one. You can see the submission timelines and also the actions or activities that you have done on the system, including the dates. Okay? And then also our internal actions, you'll be able to trace your application on the system. All right? So I'll advise you, before you call, go to this submission timeline and then you check how far is your application. Even if you don't check here, we have status here. Started, it means you just started your application, and then we also have other statuses. Submitted, it is still your status, it means you just submitted the application. Okay? I don't have any other status currently, so that you can see even the middle statuses. So I'll open my application. Once you open the application, you provide your details. You check actually the details will be auto-populated because it is coming from the profile. Then you just check the information and then you click save. Okay? Here you will be adding your subsectors that you are working on. And then you provide all this information accordingly. You move to contact details. You provide the information for contact details. You click save at the below. You move to qualifications and certifications. So here you are going to add those new qualifications or certifications that you have. And then also here on qualification applications, you do the same thing. At the below table, colleagues, you can see that these are the approved ones. You already have these ones. And then once you start to add, they will appear here, that qualification. Okay? The new qualification or unit standard that you want to assess or moderate. Okay? Same as here under unit standard. Below, it's what you are approved for. At the top, when you add, you will select also the sector, let's say telecommunication, and then you select the unit standards, and then you continue with your application. Also, under here, you do the same thing. Select the sector, you select the qualification that you want to work with, and then you edit. Okay? It will appear on this table, the below, these ones you are already approved for. Moving to the next step, occupational qualifications, you do the same thing. Here I've added 2. Previously, you can see it. You can delete if you want to remove it, and then the below, these ones I'm approved for. Okay? Then you move to attachments. Under attachments, there is a list of attachments that are needed for assessor or moderator application. So we don't have a delete function on the system. If you wish to remove a document, it means you must re-upload the correct one. It will replace the previous one. Ne? All right. So you will attach these documents. You go under summary. You click check application, and then it will check what is missing. You can see on this application this is missing. That means I did not complete my application. And also the submit button, I can't click it. After completing this, everything has a tick, then you can submit your assessor or moderator application. Okay? Done with assessor moderator application. Any question with that? Yes, sir.
On my side, it says like it does not have like the tool says assessor renewal. And then I just want to find out if it's the same as that one. If you just showed us there. Because it says assessor renewal.
Yes, remember you are that means your thing is expired.
Okay.
Yes. So you won't find the same thing.
Okay.
Yes, it's just that I did not indicate to you all types of application. Here is extension of scope. Yeah. Assessor renewal, it means your letter has expired. Okay. Any other question before I can move to the training provider side? For assessor moderator? Okay. Then I will move to training provider. I will just switch my role. Okay, before I can log in as a training provider, I just switch my role from assessor to a training provider. Also for training providers, colleagues, you can verify your information using our API or links on our system. So as an existing training provider that has an accreditation with MICT SETA, then you must come to this link. There is no application for a new training provider with MICT SETA. Only the existing training providers can come and verify their information, do the registration and verification here. Once you click this tab on our website, it will take you to this, where it says training provider registration verification. As a training provider, you need to provide your accreditation letter here, your email address, and then you receive an OTP, and then you fetch your information. Also, it applies to you as a training provider. If you updated your information, you need to contact us so that we can update accordingly your cell phone number and email. Okay? So I'll try and insert my information as a training provider. I click send OTP to email or cell phone. Okay. I received the OTP. Click fetch. This is what you will see as a training provider. It will bring your information. and you will check your information and update if you wish to update the information here. Let me start here at the top. You will need to upload your accreditation letter first, and then provide correct information here, or correct the information that you see here. Okay? You will also come here at the below, where you will add the coordinates, and then we have the link where you can find that. You punch your addresses, where you will punch your address, and then you find your address coordinates. You provide the latitude and the longitude, all this information here. You also add your contact person here as a training provider, and then you also create a new password that we talked about. You create your password here. If you already have a role on our system, but not the training provider role, your profile, after confirming these details, you will find the training provider role once you log in. Okay? Then on other tabs here, you come and verify your information. This is your sites. These are your qualifications as a training provider. Unit standards, you'll find them here if you have any. ETD practitioners, if you have assessors that you have a good relationship with, then you can add them here. And also under summary, it's where you check if everything is submitted on the system. Ne? For my application, I left this so that I can be able to show you how it looks. Okay? Then you click submit. Even if you don't click submit, you come here, you confirm your details, you can still find this information when you log in to the system after confirming this information. This is for existing training providers. Before I log in as a training provider, colleagues, any question with this one?
Why does it say, sorry, what? I don't know if I ask the same question. What did it say for me? It says our accreditation is not found.
You are accredited.
Training provider,
What was the error, sir?
no training provider with an accreditation number.
It says no training provider with that accreditation number.
Has been found.
Or the email address.
Okay. Thank you, Bui.
So we will try to assist you. But I think just to clarify, Tim, we have migrated data that we have available in the system, right? So it may just be that some of your information has not been in the system before, and that's why. So we will check and we will assist you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, colleagues, let me move to the login site. Okay. Now I logged in as a training provider. If you can check here, the look and feel is the same. We tried to be consistent. The navigation is on our left from the dashboard, profile, training provider documents. These are the documents that MICT SETA will share with the training provider. And then application, it's where the training provider do the application programs. Under here, it's where they do their programs. Certification, this is part of the certification, and then training provider request also. As a training provider also, there are employers like Vodacom, MTN, or other companies. They will bring learners to your site and say, try to train them. So it's where you will need to accept their request here. Okay, so colleagues, I'll try to show you from the application side as a training provider. I know that we dealt with these navigations. This is the same as the previous profile. As a training provider, you go to application, then you start a new application. Okay, you can see different statuses here: edition site, renewal. You remember that you asked me about the renewal one. Yes, the renewal is about the letter, accreditation letter that you. And then edition of sites, it's when a training provider need additional site. Let's say you want to train your learner in Gauteng and also here. So you will apply for additional site. Okay? You start your application, new application, then you will select. It will give you options where now you can add additional sites, and then you also provide your position or designation. Then you start new application. You click start new application, then this is what you will see. The application will say started. Okay, the status won't be like this. These are the different statuses. If we check submission timeline, there are a lot of things, but on this one that is started, submission timeline, you can see there was no much action on this application. Okay? As a training provider, then you can withdraw your application or open your application so that you can continue with it. Then you go to the first step, training provider. This is your details. It auto-populates. What you need to do is to click save at the below. Confirm the information, click save at the below. You go to personal details, confirm the information, you click save at the below. Sites, this is where you need to add your site. You see we have approved sites, and then this one is still pending. So if you wish to add another site, you can add it here. Click add site, provide this information, and add site. Okay, attachments, this is where you do your attachments. General documents, you provide this authorization letter and all relevant attachments that are required for training provider, like legislative requirements attachments. When you attach this, you can attach them one by one, or you can attach them as a bulk. When you attach them as a bulk, you will select your attachments, all of them listed here, you attach. Once you attach them, there is no delete function, but we have a view. You can view them. Then if you wish to replace that document, you just reattach. You go to the document, and then you attach that document. Okay, I just attached this one. Then if it is attached, you can see a tick here. You can view it. If it's not correct, for example, let me view, say B certificate, and then if it's not correct, I can attach the correct one, click upload. Now it is bank. So we encounter a lot of issues where someone needs to replace a document and then they don't know how to replace it. We don't have a delete button on the system. You only replace the existing one. Okay? Then at the below, after attachments, you go to ETD practitioners, where you add your assessors, facilitators, moderators, and also face aiders. Ne? So this is my list. Currently, I've added some facilitators. These are my facilitators. If you wish to add a new facilitator, you click here, you provide the information, including the attachments, you click add facilitator. Okay? Once you have added the facilitator, then this is how it appears. These are the attachments. Then qualification, now you are able to add which qualification this facilitator will work on, or this moderator, including moderator at the below. This is the assessor, and then we also have moderators. So you are able to pick and say, okay, my first assessor will deal with these qualifications. And remember, colleagues, the assessor that you are adding here, that assessor must have correct qualifications to what you need them to assess. Let's say you want to you try to add an assessor for advertising to assess ICT software engineering. Automatically the system will populate that this assessor cannot assess those things. Okay? So you must add correct assessors. Then here you are going to also add the unit standards. Then on this side, now you will choose the size that they need to assess. These are the list of sites that are approved. Then you know that first site, second site, third site, you select the site that they need to assess. Also, it's the same with the moderator. Again, assessor cannot assess and moderate the same unit standard. Okay? Then you add also your first aider at the below. And then after adding them, you must also choose the site. While you are adding them, there is an option for site here. And then you indicate on which site. These sites that are populating here, these are the sites that you are approved for. And also the site that you are applying for. Okay? And then we are done with that. We go to summary. In terms of summary, it's where you check if you have submitted everything. Then if we have all ticks here, then you can click submit. This is a training provider application for additional offsite. So these applications are similar. Okay? Before I move to programs, any question? Training provider programs in terms of the application. Okay, we are fine. Okay. Now I move to programs. Colleagues, we know that we have funded programs, we also have non-funded programs. With your non-funded programs, you can come as a training provider and add them here with the non-funded programs. With the funded programs, with the one that we for discretionary grants, once you start with that program, automatically will appear here because it is an integrated system, so automatically it will appear here. So you'll be switching roles, moving as a learning program facilitator. You submit whatever that it is required as a learning program facilitator, disbursements, all the attachments, relevant information for learning program. But once the program it is started, also you can come this side as a training provider and manage that information. Okay? For non-funded application, you click here, you name your program, and then you provide your program start date and end date, number of learners, moderation simple. Here the moderation simple starts from 25. Okay? And then if you also indicate if it is MICT funded or not. Okay? Also indicate whether this program is for unemployed or employed learners, and also you indicate whether it is a unit standard based or full qualification program. Then after that, you click add program. So these are the list of programs that I've added here. Okay? So with these added programs, you can see, colleagues, the first thing that I see, you edit if there was information, incorrect information, you can edit, or you can remove the program, or you go to learners. Remember, you have indicated the number of learners for this program. You go to learners, where you will be able to upload the list of learners for this program. Okay? If you can check here, I have one learner, which it was my test. With learners, colleagues, you can bulk upload learners or add them one by one. Let me go, because this one is already added. Let me go to another one so that you can see the entire thing. Yes, this one. You see here we have a list of learners from 1 up to 9. We also have a progress bar here. The progress bar, it shows us in terms of information that we have provided for each learner. Okay, including attachments. So here is where you can be able to print a learner list. This button here is where you can add a learner. You type in the ID, you click search, you fill in this information. After filling in this information, you add the learner. If the information of the learner auto-populates here, then it means you already have the learner on the system, but the system will check if that learner, it is active on another program or not. If the learner it is active on another program, then you won't be able to add that learner on your program. Okay? All right. So you add your learner here. After adding the learner, they will appear like this. They will be on a 0% in terms of progress bar. Then you can go under each learner. You provide the learner information, learner details, provide the addresses, highest qualification. Parent and, or guardian is not a must if the learner is over 18 or 21. You also provide the attachments for a learner. You can attach this information as a bulk, or you can attach them one by one. You go to summary, then you check if everything was submitted. Then if everything was submitted, when you go back to learner list, it will be on 100%. Okay? This is how you add learners into your program. Let me go back to the programs. After adding learners into your programs, colleagues, we move to implementation plan. How are you going to implement the program? This is where you plan. Okay? You click your implementation plan. If there will be unit standards that you are going to collaborate or full qualifications, any information, this is where you do your planning. Okay? So if you are going to collaborate with another training provider, under collaboration, you can add a training provider that you need to collaborate with. Okay? And then once you added that training provider, what is going to happen? The same training provider is going to have access to the way you view your learner. The next training provider will view those learners because you are collaborating with that training provider. You must select them because that is your planning. It's what you are planning to implement. Then they will be listed on this upper table. Even in terms of qualification, you do the same thing. Okay, thank you, sir. Then we also have unit standard integration. In terms of unit standard integration, it's where you are going to have, let's say, under software development, you may have 3 or 4 programming language. So you can integrate those programming language into one so that the assessor, once the assessor assess one, it means they assessed for all other remaining unit standards. I will also show you that. Let's go into this one under implementation. Okay. So you can see it here on the other side. You can see add integration. It's when you want to integrate these unit standards. And then under assessor, how the assessor is going to view this, or how are they going to assess this information. With the assessor, when they are going to see this information, it will be like this. Let me go under programs. As an assessor, there's the list of programs for assessor. You can see here, this is the unit standard that they are going to assess, but it is integrated with these ones. Now you understand how it works. So once the assessor or moderator assess this, it means it works also for these ones. Okay, so I'll go back as a training provider. that's how we do our implementation plan. Then I showed you how the integration work. This is where you do your integration. And then also in terms of learner groups. In terms of learner groups, colleagues, you are going to group your learners if you have more learners into groups. You can have group 1, group 2, group 3, and then you also add the assessors or moderators for each and every group here. I'll show you the active group that it has assessors or moderators. Let me check this one. Here I did not add the group. I want to show you how you add them, but it's very simple. You just write the group name, you add the group. Once you added the group here, you add the facilitator. Your list of facilitators will be listed here. Also, you add the assessor on the group. List of assessors will be here. If you want to add a new assessor, you can click here and then you provide the assessor information. Also with moderator is the same. You can have your list of assessors, but if you want to add new, you select the below one. Okay? Then also you add your site here. Your list of site here will appear, and then you select the site. Okay? This is how you do your groupings in terms of your learners. If you have more learners. Here it's where you see your learner list. Then you are able to select those learners and add them to a specific group. Okay? Then remember this group, I just added it now, group 2. It was not there. So if you have more learners, you can add them as group, put them into groups. So at the below here, it's where we do our supporting documents. We upload our supporting documents. Also here you can upload them as a bulk, or you can upload them one by one. And then you are able to view the documents after that. Okay? This is how we do our implementation plan. Any question in terms of implementation plan? Okay. Then we are going to move to assessment and POEs. As a training provider, how you do your assessments and POEs. Okay? Also with the assessor or moderator, they also have this option of assessment and POEs. It's just that I did not show you, but I will show you right now. Okay? With assessment and POEs, you remember those group now? If you have group 1 and also group 2. Now you are able to, and then it also indicates who's the assessor, who's the moderator for this. Then now you go to learner assessment. Okay? Listed here, it's all the unit standard for that relevant qualification or, okay? Then here you find your list of learners in terms of groups. So it is a learner, and then it also indicates this learner belongs to group 1. These are the ID or passports, also gender statuses here, and also their emails. Okay? So colleagues, with this one, you go to each and every unit standard where you are going to be able to upload the learner POE. List of learners will be here for this unit standard. you choose, click choose, you upload the POE. After you have uploaded all the POEs for this unit standard, you can send the notification to the assessor. The assessor will be notified and then they will log in and start to do their assessment. Okay, I will show you that part. So these are the list of unit standards that you need to upload the POE for. So as an assessor, after you have sent this notification to an assessor, let me just switch a role for a bit and log in as an assessor. As an assessor, I go under programs that I'm working with, or as a moderator also I go here and click moderator. These are the programs. Then I view learner list and assessments. With learner list and assessments, this is where the assessor will work on. Similar look, this is your POE. As a training provider, you have uploaded this POE. The assessor will download this POE, assess it. After assessing it, put the marks. If the learner is competent, they will say competent or not. Then upload the assessed document on the system. Then they can also send this to the moderator so that the moderator can do the same thing for that specific unit standard. Okay, so these things applies for from training provider, moderator, and assessor. Okay, let me go back to my training provider role. Program. So colleagues, that's how we do learner assessments and POEs as a training provider. Any questions with that? Okay, I will pass. Then we have interval report, verification report, and also we have exit verification report. Yeah? These are the same, colleagues, where you need to do your reports. Okay, let me do this. This is where we check your compliance. Yeah? If, for example, in terms of your report, the advisor said your building is not accessible for wheelchairs, this is where you will find the report, and I will show you there's a button to return the report or accept the report. So if you are returning the report, you will be able to say that, put a comment on that, and then return the report. I want to show you that. Let me see if I have it. Let me see under exit. Okay, induction. Okay, now you are able to see under induction 1, you can see these buttons that I'm talking about in terms of the reports. Okay, so you go under compliance. For this one, you see it talks about accessibility. This is the induction. Sorry to start with the other one. So this is the induction one, and you are able to see the comments from the advisor. Then you can accept the report or return the report. When you return the report, you need to write the reason why are you returning the report. Then our internal advisors, they will look into that and then fix whatever that you are complaining with. So colleagues, with all these types of reports, under programs, we have induction verification report, we have interval verification report. We also have exit verification report, which is the one that we do at the end when we need to certify your learners. So with all this report, the functionality is the same. You look at the report, you accept it, or you reject it. You return it, not reject. Sorry about that. Then after that, we go for certification. Any question before we jump to certification? No question. Okay. Under certification, you will find your program. Then you can view your learners. Okay. There will be list of learners. If you have 10, they will be listed here. With certification colleagues, we have our e-certificate where you will be able to access it on our system, including the SOR. And also, if the students lost their hard copy certificate, then you can request here for them so that we can do a reprint of the certificate. But also we'll provide a link on our website where the students can request for a reprint themselves. Okay? So this is how our certificate looks. My computer is slow. Okay, here it is. This is our certificate. It has a QR code to verify here in the middle. So what is happening is when you scan this certificate, you can check the validity of this certificate. Okay? It goes to our API and then you can be able to see if it is a valid certificate or not. Also with our SOR. This is the SOR. It also has the same. You scan this. If a student add additional unit standards here, once you scan here, you will be able to see the correct information in terms of this document. Okay? Then here it's where we do request for reprint for our learners. Okay, colleagues, with that, I think I have covered everything. Any question before I can step off?
Thank you, Tim. Colleagues, Tim has taken you through our full development of the learner management system. As we indicated, we did not do this on our own. We did it with many of you who came in as users of the system while we were still developing it to ensure that it was user-friendly, that it made sense, that it was easy to navigate, and most of the ideas that you see in the system come from you and your feedback on what happens actually in the process on the ground. So this is the system. As indicated by Bui, it is a work in progress because we are still working on finalizing the occupational program side, noting our responsibilities to the QCTO. We're still finalizing the ESA centers and the workplace approval, so that will come in a second phase. And we'll do a similar process to this. We will come into the region and take you through the process of onboarding the system. We also know that it's overwhelming. It's a lot of information to take in a short period of time, especially if you don't have your laptop in front of you or you're not navigating, the actual system and counting the errors. But we definitely have provision for a video, which you will find online as well, on how to navigate the system. This is also not the last session, by the way. We have other sessions that will be running. We've got a session in Bloemfontein on Friday. The next session would be in Limpopo next week, Tuesday, and we finish off next Friday in the Northwest. Over and above that, we'll be doing then the monthly capacity building sessions. But this is your opportunity to answer or to ask any questions with regard to Tim's presentation on the system. Anything from you, colleagues, any inputs, any feedback, any recommendations you'd like to make, the floor is yours. How are you finding it? Perhaps, maybe that's the question. What do you think? Are we still digesting?
I think so.
I think, yeah.
I'm getting a comment, very much user-friendly. Okay. And how do you think this will compare to your manual processes of managing your learners with ID numbers and getting that one digit incorrect? Because probably what we neglected to mention is that we will interface with the Department of Home Affairs as well. So you'll be able to put in a learner's ID number and the information will pull through that, in fact, this is Natalie. And in addition to that, it is to then integrate to ensure that there is no double dipping, because we know we struggle with that, where learners are involved or enrolled in more than one learnership or one program across various SETAs. The aim for the MICT SETA, as well as through DHEAD, is to onboard other SETAs to utilize the system. So if you have projects with other SETAs as well, this would be the system that you would utilize, and you'd be able to pick up if a learner is enrolled with a different SETA and be able to replace that learner with the learner that is eligible for this process. Any other comments or feedback, colleagues? This is an auction again, going once, going twice. Okay, I take it there's nothing else. Tim, thank you so much for your hard work, particularly with taking the colleagues through the system. Generally, Tim does this with our partners from TUT. They also join us on the roadshow and they generally present as well. But Tim, thank you very much for taking the reins. Colleagues, please be gentle with Tim. He is the ETQA at MICT SETA person, so the person who responds to your emails around troubleshooting, etc., is Tim. As we indicated earlier, Tim is on the roadshows with us. So you can anticipate there may be some delay in terms of receiving feedback to the queries, but we certainly will respond to your queries. Please be patient with us. With that, colleagues, I think we're heading into the last stage of our agenda. We are only 15 minutes behind schedule, and that's a first, so give yourself a round of applause. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. We should ask enough questions. But yeah, I think we've come to the end of our session. I'd like to thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for coming out to spend time with the MICT SETA, for honoring the call to come and understand what we've been working on for the past, I think, year and a half. This has been a labor of love for us because we've understood the challenges that we all sit with, challenges for you to process your administration, where your commitment to your accreditation is concerned and your grant funding programs, etc., and from our side as well in terms of reporting. The system is dedicated to assisting you with accuracy in terms of your reporting, because all the work that we do together, we consider ourselves partners with our SDPs and our assessors and moderators in the value chain of delivery. We can't deliver without you, right? So you become our partner. And so we see this process as a critical process to getting closer to ensuring that learners are certificated on time, but also not just receiving a certificate, ultimately that they sit on the NLRD, so that when they go and apply for opportunities for employment, their credentials can be found and they are not accused of walking around with fraudulent certificates. That is why this system is so important, and it's why it's so important for all of us to make use of the system. Now, we get questions around, we have our own system, can we still continue to use it? You may, but the data that's in your system must rest in our system, because we cannot honor any of the work that we need to do around registration, confirmation of registration of learners, which you'll need for your tranche payments. Confirmation of interval moderation, which you'll need for your second tranche payment. And finally, exit verification, which you'll need for your final tranche payment. We would not be able to honor that if you're not making use of the system. Also, the system is free. I don't know what the other systems you utilize. Probably you are paying for them. This is a free service from the MICT SETA. So I want to implore you, colleagues, please, once the system goes live, and we're looking at the 1st of October for the system to be up and fully running. Hopefully by then we'll have all of your extra data available. I think Tim did show that there is a capability in terms of a download of the bulk learner information form, where you can download that information. It is developed according to the system fields, according to the NLRD fields. Upload that information, put the information into the system, so we have your most relevant and recent data in the system, and it assists you with navigating through. I think I've covered all of the points I wanted to cover, but again, I want to thank you so much for joining us today, and I want to wish you well. The next grant funding window will open quite soon. Let's hope you are utilizing the system so that you're able to get the alerts when that actually happens. And on behalf of myself, the team, the CEO, the board of the MICT SETA, the rest of the senior management team, thank you so much. Please do join us for lunch. Lunch is served in the restaurant. And see you soon, and take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and please don't forget your opportunity to win a week.